Kazuya Mishima wins.
Choose your fighter! Mega Man! Mega Man wins. Three, two, one, go! 2, 1, go! Mr. Game & Watch wins! into the ring. Choose your fighter. Snake. Choose your fighter. Ready?
Get
3, 2, 1, go!
Kazuya Mishima wins.
Choose your fighter. Mega Man. Ready? Three, two, one, go!
Kazuya Mishima wins.
Choose your fighter. Captain Falcon. Roy. Ready? Three, two, one, go! Roy wins a fierce battle.
I won't lose!
Stop battle! Captain Falcon! Three, two, one, go! No
Oh yeah, yeah, I know that. You have to turn that on.
So he's talking to me. He's like, I'm ready. Like,
Low. Did he message you back for the pick and ban?
I you been I you been
Speed, Bruno.
you hard. Give me some more.
Do hard, Bruno. Do hard, bots. Yes, you can. We're thinking about picking Breeze too. Well, no, he's saying Breeze over Icebox.
What happened was I took a thing and was like, yeah, good morning. You guys please get it. We're ready for you. So just waiting for them to look. 45. Let's go outside. Let's smoke a little bit. I have a few things. Let's go outside. Hard, I know. like hold for like 5 seconds. Okay. I mean, but I'm not gonna ban one day on.
I'm watching it. I'm on this one.
Guys, is this an actor or just Watson? He's like. That's the French guy? Yeah, yeah. I don't know. He's not an actor like. Oh, that's him. Oh, really? I didn't know his. Yeah. No, no, he doesn't have superpowers. He gets cast by.
Oh, okay. I see.
Oh.
Hello, hello, hello. Hey, mate. Kennedy, want a piece of gum? What'd you say? Oh, you want some, Moza? Go to mate. This is a buff. Gun buddy, gun buff. Get wrecked, bro. Yeah, hey, bro, where's my gun buddy? Yoinked him. Bruh. Do it. What? Get away from me. Literally, bro.
That's a good spot.
Turret out.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
No charges left. No charges left.
Knife deployed. Enemy suppressed.
Out of charges. I'm a good shot.
Silence.
30 seconds left.
Placing sentry.
One enemy remaining.
Gun here. Nailed.
Blinding.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Placing sentry.
Astra's gone.
Last player standing.
Enemy down.
One enemy remaining.
You want to
out of my
play?
way.
Let's play. should do. Here. Here.
Spike down B.
Grenade out.
Last player standing.
Merci. No fireworks today. Teleport's ready. A gift. They are so dead. That works.
You
All set up.
are powerless. Determination. Shutting them down.
One enemy remaining.
I've survived much worse than you. Scanning ahead. Enemy flag.
Three.
One enemy remaining.
And we're clear. Suppressing. Enemy suppressed.
Here. Not your best.
One enemy remaining.
Here. Initiated.
Nowhere to run!
One enemy remaining.
Cover going out.
Spike down B.
Lock in sight.
Right here.
Flash.
Last player standing.
Silence. Revealing area. There they are.
One enemy remaining.
That's a good spot.
One down. Duck.
One enemy remaining. Last round before the switch.
Suppressive. Suppressed. Flashbang.
One enemy remaining. Switching sides.
Scanning ahead. Shock dart.
Spike down mid.
Right here.
One enemy remaining.
This is gonna be fun.
Spike down mid.
Flash.
One enemy remaining.
Survivors rest. I'll clean up. Knife deployed.
player standing.
Revealing area. Revealing area. Scanning ahead. Found them.
Teleport's gone. Do better.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
A gift. You want to play? Let's play.
Spike planted. Last player standing. Flawless.
Shutting them down. Enemy
You want to
suppressed.
fight it? Here.
Spike planted. You should run.
Flashbang.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
There.
Match point.
Suppress it. You are powerless.
Spike down A.
Not ready.
Spike planted.
Flag it.
One enemy remaining. Defenders win.
Okay, that is done.
All right, and here we go into the second map as the character select is going down, and we're being able to see something a little interesting on the side. Oh, and then Titans is just hovering.
This could be interesting here, but we're coming to the second map of this series. Tiffin University versus Mountain Union. And Tiffin did take that first one on Ascent. Coming into this is a map called Bind. Throughout this series, the team each picks a map, and then we have a third for a decider. So the first one, I believe, was picked by Mountain Union, being Ascent. Tiffin did take it, and then going into this Bind, this is going to be Tiffin's pick. So with the one map advantage, we can see that Tiffin's going to be coming to this with a little bit more knowledge, a little bit more plays in the playbook here. So they have a much better chance of taking this map, but Mountain Union still not out of it right now.
And something here to talk about the comps immediately that we're seeing. It looks a little, it's hard to describe, but over on Mountain Union's end, they have two controllers, which are essentially your what we call smokers, the ones who just block off your sight lines. Mm-hmm. But it's really weird to see. I mean, most typical like comps you see only usually carry one. But with this map, it's been very common with a lot of pro players that they also carry something like this as well.
Yeah, just doing a second controller, making sure they can not lock down both sites before anyone's able to go ahead and commit. I will also say, with the two controllers being Viper and Brimstone, so Viper is a character who is not necessarily just a strong controller, but her abilities are able to just stop any sort of push. She doesn't do damage, but she cuts people's health in half or decays it to where getting onto the site, they're already 50 health down, 60 health down, and it makes it a world of difference when the attackers are trying to push onto a site here.
And I think what we're going to see here, because it's very typical with the strat, with playing with Viper, is you're going to see mostly on attack side, they're just going to throw the wall down A, and just kind of keep it there. There's not really going to be any deter from that. It's just going to be something they, do on default, just automatically. And it can mess a little bit with the opposing side, because they'll just keep tossing it up, throwing it down, and it's based off an activation, it's got a timer. So it'll just go up, go down, and they could be on the other side of the map, and they throw it up to throw, the opposing team off.
Yeah, it's definitely a mind games type of character where you don't really ever know what's going to happen. She could just drop the wall and never touch it, or there could be all 5 members behind it. You never really know. But with Tiffin's composition, this is going to be a very classic comp where you have so there's each class in the game between a duelist, a controller, a sentinel, and initiators. So with Tiffin's composition, we see 2 initiators. One is for flashes, so to go ahead and kind of blind people getting on site. One is for information. We have a single controller that is able to play post plants, a sentinel to go ahead and give information on flanks, and then a duelist. So it's a pretty traditional composition coming from Tiffin's side here, so it's just really going to depend on what kind of plays they have in their playbook right now.
And it looks like here we were having a bit of technical difficulties getting in, and yep, as you see in the chat on the left, one of their players did end up crashing, so we'll have to take a tiny tech pause here. That'll give us enough time to kind of analyze here. Another thing with Valorant as well is most of their maps have, essentially it's just a gimmick. Good or bad, it has gimmicks. In this map, you'll see here it's a bit of a teleporter. And if you can kind of look at the map, one of the teleports allows you to easily go from A to B quickly. A bit of a risk of sound there, a bit of a sound cue, and the other team just knowing exactly where you're going to be coming out of. And then there's another one that allows for rotates going on the left side. You see B teleporter, and that routes all the way over to A. So really, potential for some really cool rotates and just big plays off that.
Yeah, teams can get very tricky with these teleports. So it does broadcast just a very loud sound. You could be sitting on another side of the map and hear the teleport, but it forces teams to move around, as well as there aren't any characters in the game right now in this very map, but there are some that can allow for fake teleports, things like that can kind of just throw the other team off. But no, there are some interesting ways to go and play around it, as well as usually, or for the more aggressive players, especially on the defending side, there is going to be the 2 teleporters, one going in the middle and then one going all the way around that outside. Those arrows kind of pointing which direction they're going. So through that middle one, we'll pretty often see a defending side player go ahead and teleport onto what's called mid there, and look for some easy picks or even just information. They don't have to leave the teleporter. They could just listen for sound cues and just tell their teammates where the rest of the opposition is at.
Or, you'll be in a cop game, like I was, and some cracked rays will just pop out and just one-tap you, and then just hide.
That too. You could just have some crazy players. People are just aim gods.
Nutty.
They're just nutty. All aim, no brain. They just want to go ahead and tap heads. But here, it's really going to depend what, especially with Mountain Union on the attacking side, they are going to come in. It's a difficult kind of overall read whether you're starting attacking and defending and how you want to go ahead and set it up. It's two different methods. If you want to start on defending and build your lead up before you get on the attacking side, so there's less rounds you have to play potentially on the attacking side. But if you want to start attacking and then go to defense, you could have more rounds on defense to work with if you feel more comfortable defending instead of attacking. So there's 2 different camps, but with Mountain Union actually selecting attack side, I think they're just really going to be trying to play on, we want to get 6 rounds on this attack and then just run it down for defense. I think is going to be their mindset going into this.
And trying to see a little bit, because there's some footage out there of them playing on this map, and it was really hard to see kind of what they were doing. We weren't able to see exactly what, where they were placed, but they are able to just do a lot of they fake a lot, and they do a lot of executes as well. Sometimes executes didn't go well in their favor, but they definitely like to mess with going one site and then faking it out and immediately rotating the other. Not afraid to rotate.
Okay, well that's definitely, especially in this map, that is a good thing to do. But over rotations could also be the death of a site here. So it's going to be just how hard do they want to commit versus how well do they think they can read it and just kind of play to their strengths on one site without over rotating. But going into this, it looks like both teams are ready, and we're going to be finally getting into the second map, Tiffin University versus Mountain Union. And this is going to be a bit of a barn burner for that first place seed in the GLEC here. We're just going to have to see how it all breaks down. And there it is, as you were telegraphing it. There's going to be the Viper wall towards A with a stack, but Mountain Union grouped up on this B side here. They are going to try and sell this fake like you were just talking about. 3 members still from Tiffin on the side of A, but there's going to be Bruno quickly rotating, trying to get a good read, and it is going to be a good read right now. But does Mountain Union actually commit? They're just trying to creep their way along, and this slow play could benefit them, but with 3 members stacked onto the B site from Tiffin, 3 dragons here to defend, this is going to be a bit of a scary proposition right now.
Now it looks like Mount Union just getting ready to execute on to B, but we have the members of Tiffin just sitting on, waiting and expecting it. And they burned some util, but not, committing to flying out here. And now it looks like it will go off that flash. Watson able to get 1, excuse me. Arrow being able to get 2. Breno getting his 1 as well. Now bringing it down to 2 players left. And Arrow gets his 3rd. And Breno takes down Hayes, giving it to Tiffin for the first round.
Breno and Aero just coming up huge there. That was going to be a very scary sight take. Watson with that first pick, that was pretty impactful, but just Aero and Breno, just with the better aim, they stop it in its tracks.
That had to have been some form of read. That was way too clean.
So going into this, we're going to see actually some pretty aggressive util. Only 1 Marshall with a Bulldog as well, a couple of Spectres. So Tiffin looking with a good buy. They actually might just try to get aggressive here. Titans pushing up, sitting on that Duelist as well. He's going to have a get out of jail free card if he does spot anyone out here. Breno does get it with the Prowler, but trying to push out. Titans gets 1, but sitting pretty low, does get traded out, and gives up a stinger to Mountain Union here. 1 gun is now in their pocket.
Breno being able to get some tick damage, as Hayes is able to see a bit of what the lineup is looking on A site. Now it's just going to go quiet here.
Now that they got that pick, they got their gun, and they just want to go ahead and try to play it slowly. Don't see any spot from the sky. Flashes are not going to hit anyone right there, so they don't know if B is going to be the commit, but there's going to be a lot of people grouped out in hookah, and he's going to spot all 3. Denji is just going to get sprayed down with the classics. Sight is potentially going to be taken by Aero with a quick rotates. Does get the first onto Chief, but has to give up the sight. They could get the spike down while waiting for the rest of Tiffin University to come and back him up.
Spike planted.
Now we have here Arrow just holding elbow here, maybe trying to get someone off guard here with a Mount Union aggression. We'll have to see.
Yeah, there's going to be Mountain Union just stacked onto the side right now. 2 in the tube, 1 in hookah here, but then Aero trying to push it is going to get traded out. Mosley gets 1, Breno with the other, and there's just going to be 1 raise with 2 HP, and Aero will clean that last kill up. 2 rounds for Tiffin, and now we're going to be getting into the real game here.
Sorry to spoil the party.
Yeah, looking a little scary for Tiffin, not gonna lie there, but they were still able to come out on top, and especially with that retake. On top of that, Mount Union didn't really have that many, good guns to go with, even the ones that they picked up from our fallen friends there.
Yeah, when you just get a Stinger, I mean the Stingers, as well as it has had recent buffs, so it's not like it's a bad weapon to have, but it can clean up a 1v4 pretty easily. So
it's OP.
Stinger's pretty good right now, but just ain't gonna do it. Does not cut the mustard. So Mountain Union actually just gonna be spreading out now, looking for some potential picks, and there's gonna be Denji getting pretty darn aggressive here. Spotted out with the Prowler, and Denji, is he going to be going for it? Breno just causing some noise, but Denji's going to get sprayed through the wall. Watson with the first pick. Breno is going to be able to get out okay, but with these weapons on the side of Mountain Union, this is going to be some very tough duels. Tiffin is going to have to be pretty accurate with their shots here. Spraying through the wall, not going to find one, but Mosley does actually tap onto the head of Blackbird right there. We're in a 4v4. Mosley with a Spectre can do a little bit more damage, but we're stacked. A site is going to be full of dragons while we see Mountain Union just ready to pounce onto B. Aero is going to have to come up huge here, which he did last round, but this is going to be where the rubber hits the road.
I think they realize here that they're not even stacked A with a raise pushed up. They see short, and they kind of know something fishy's going on. They're feeling like they have to get ready on B. Looks like their prediction might be true, but 30 seconds left in the round here coming up. And Mount Union just trying to figure out what to do. It looks like they're trying to walk back towards A with the spike. But Titans waiting in anticipation. Only 20 seconds here. They're going to have to try something and fly out. Hopefully they'll have enough trigger discipline. We'll be able to take one down, and that is the spike. Giving Tiffin a huge advantage here. Only 13 seconds left on the clock. All they have to do is just try to prevent them from planning. And Will Whip on Watson. Now 8 seconds. Will they be able to get the bomb down?
They do
They'll have more than enough time.
Is going to go down. That's another pick. 2v2. Spike planted. Breno and Aero need to come together to go ahead and take this round. There's going to be one. Cade is good with that Phantom. Gets the first pick, and Breno in a 1v2 clutch scenario here. It does have a Vandal. But can he go ahead and play well enough here? The flash is good. He gets the first, but can he find a second? Watson! That isn't a good molly either, so he's going to have a little bit of room to play in. Needs to get it half before he swings. Watson is still going to go ahead and clutch it up. Oh my gosh.
That sucked there. He pulled his knife out and didn't really have his gun ready. But with that being said, I mean, that was supposed to be, that was the buy round for Mount Union. You know, and they did come out on top, but again, they were down to the last player. So now their economy is going to look a little screwy as we come in here into the 4th round, and the buy's looking pretty decent here for Tiffin as well.
Yeah, you got all your rifles, you got an operator, and there's 2 Spectres on the side of Mount Union. They are going to come in with a bit of a broken leg. They're going to be crippling on this site, and it's going to be a kind of scary fight. And there's going to be Titans getting aggressive once again, but the Watson shots are just on point.
Mosey trying to see if he can get a pick, but we'll have to be forced to TP out. Unable to come up with anything, and that looks like it's just going to be an old-fashioned execute on A.
Viper's Pit does drop it down. Mosley actually with the first pick, though, and there's going to be Breno with the second. They still need to take this Viper out of the map, though. They need to get rid of that pit, or else it's going to be pretty scary getting in there. But wait, Mount Union is actually just going to teleport. There's 2 teleports down. Viper's still staying on the site, waiting to wreak havoc, but she's going to come through an Aero. Just bad timing.
Looks like, yeah, but TE was able to go ahead and you know, kind of be able to get over there faster. And even though they are still stacked there, they are unable to occupy site. But it is still a 2-man advantage for Tiffin. Definitely in their favor. And the flash will go out from Denji, forcing a teleport out. And you will be able to find him regardless.
Chief sitting in the smoke, and they spot the rifle out there. He's just gonna get spammed through, and oh man, so unfortunate with that smoke down, and all you can do is just sit and wait. 3 rounds for the side of Tiffin.
And again, we're going to go here into the 5th round, and Mount Union, I'm not expecting their buy to look great at all.
Oh no, yeah, they're sitting at 2K each. They are not going to be able to get anything really impactful here. Watson is going to pick up a Vandal. I wonder if he's going to decide to stick with this. Timeout does come from the side of Mount Union. I'll look to reevaluate kind of what their strats have been here. Haven't necessarily, they've been getting on a site okay, but just the retakes from Tiffin have just been better.
And you were talking about it last map on Ascent, you know, you're trying to find a little bit more frag potential here. And even the characters who are more inclined to be, you know, to be fragging out, like the Rays and Chamber, there's nothing that they're getting of value as of right now. I know the Rays, the main thing that they're supposed to be doing is kind of just taking the crosshair, the sight lines off of the other players, just kind of fly in there, be really, really fast, and just trying to just, you know, throw them off their game a little bit, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it's definitely more chaotic when you get into situations like that, where you're just able to go ahead and jump on in, and if there's someone that can do it, Titans is definitely one of those guys who will just jump in without any hesitation and look for those opening picks. But we do see where we were discussing they have the double controllers on the side of Mount Union. It's going to be a little bit scarier getting into the site. We just have to see how it's going to play out, though. I mean, are they able to effectively use those smokes to stop any util? They can counter a lot of what Tiffin has, but it's just going to be whether or not they can effectively kind of string it together. Now getting back into it. We're going to see Denji getting aggressive, and the smoke, they're actually just going to try to pop flash through here. Can Denji get it? It's going to be a blind KO, but they're not going to get cleared, and Hayes gets 2 with the gun. 2 members from Tiffin fall within the first seconds of this round, and that is going to be actually 2 high-impact frags.
And now off those 2 picks, it looks like Mount Union is just electing to go B here off of that.
Now Titans is going to be the lone member, the lone dragon looking to defend. Op shot is not going to connect, but they do spot that. I don't think they want to take that fight right now. Jumping into that op is going to be pretty scary. Titans actually, he wants to go and just make a pick, but no, Hayes gets a 3rd on his way for a potential ace right now. Mosley is going to be still on the B side. I don't know how quickly he can transfer on out of here. Looking for rotate. Breno does get 1. Chief goes down. 70 HP to his name. He's going to need to be crispy with that second. But no, Hayes gets a 4th. And now he's just going to be hunting an ace. Mosley just wanted to go ahead and deny it. Maybe finds a pick. Gets a 1st. Hayes swings. And he gets a 2nd. Mosley with the 1v2 clutch situation. Doesn't know where they are yet, though. He might have seen those shots coming off from default, but he's going to have to come up huge. Op shots are out. He's going to just need to grab this rifle. Wants to go for a little bit less risky weapon here. Getting into this, creeping onto the site now with a default and bathrooms crossfire here. This is going to be kind of scary. But Mosley electing to go through U-Haul, is going to try to clear out short, jumps through the wall, and that's going to be 2 members just instantly swinging out Mount Union with their second game, or second round on this game here.
And what's really good here is that, I mean, Mosley had 1 of 2 options there. He could either go in for the clutch there, or he could save the op. The sniper rifle there, that's, you know, very, very, very powerful. But, I mean, also looking at the ult here, I mean, he's going to go into the next round pretty much with 1, with his ultimate. But that being said, he was also being able to restrict them from also picking up the operator, Mount Union.
Yeah.
So that's very, very valuable here in that regard. But Mount Union looking stacked on cash as Tiffin goes into a little bit of a lighter buy.
And we are going to see Mount Union really grouped over towards B. The Viper has just been lurking a lot on this attacking side, trying to play out any sort of mind games. But we're going to see Titans actually taking an aggressive posture here, looking for a pick. But he's forced out by that boom bot. Though, just spotted out with all of the util. Prowler is good. First pick on the enemy raise. Titan wants to push forward. He is ready for another kill. He wants to fight. If he could fight a whole army, he would. And he's just waiting for the swing. There's going to be 1. But no, he does get that pick onto Chief, but Hayes trades out. 4v3. But Mount Union, actually, they are not going to go ahead. They don't want to push this. There's a fast rotate from Tiffin, and they are just waiting right now.
I realized it was just a bit too fast. They're sending our chamber back to A site here, but Mount Union kind of stuck here and also stuck on time. Only 35 seconds left. Have to make a move here and see what they can do with what they have.
Yeah, Viper might just try to go ahead and pull some rotates, but we see a 2-2 split from Tiffin. So really any side that they pick, they're going to be fighting into a pretty tough situation. We've got some crossfires. They might be seeing the ultimate from Denji. Prowlers are coming out, and they will spot out 2 of those members from Mount Union. Actually, all 3 are grouped there, and they're just going to know that the whole team is over. It's a B-site play. There's going to be a arrow coming through, and Denji gets the first. Hayes actually does get the Brim ult with some damage. Cade gets 1, Denji with another. But then there's going to be the final pick 1v1 situation. Arrow, I don't know if they realize he's in Hookie yet, but he's going to come through, and just bad timing on Watson's part. Aero cleans it up and is going to go ahead and take that round for the Dragons.
Got a little scary there. I honestly didn't think Mount Union had it in them with what they did there for that execute, but as it was 12 seconds on the clock and they just committed to sticking that bomb and fighting who they could fight, it was definitely a little scary, but we were able to come out on top. And now going into the next round, as I mentioned before, we were a bit on a lighter buy, and now we even have to go probably on the same, if not a little bit lighter. Trying to figure out what we can do with our economy. But
Yeah.
again, it looks like Mount Union's kind of in the same boat.
I think they are. We're seeing a lot of half armor coming out from TU, and so it's different from Counter-Strike in the fact that it just gives more health. It's not that it makes you more susceptible to headshots or anything. So the only real disadvantage they have in half buying their armor is just essentially less health. So going into it, it's not too much of a disadvantage. They still have their extra 25 HP, and with all these weapons and rifles, they have a much better time defending these sites right now.
But it looks like Titans, I was just going to say, he's got his rocket launcher ultimate, but will get shut down by the KO ultimate. But the kills are coming in. He's now down to one more player. Chief being able to pick up his 2, but so low.
And he's going to have to try and cross. No, he just pulls out the tour de force, looking to go ahead and take Cade off the ground, but no, he can't. A hero just swings, cleans 2 off the map, and that is going to be another round for Tiffin. And we're starting to see this lead just kind of grow right now. Mount Union needs to find an answer, especially on this attacking side. We did have the discussion though at the beginning. They just want to get a couple rounds to their name for this attack, and if they can go into defense, they're going to have a much better time defending right now.
100%, and now the economy in favor of Tiffin, as Mount Union has to practically save here, going a very light buy. Trying to see what they could come out with this here.
Yeah, and this is a little bit more passive playstyle from Tiffin. There have been some aggressive pushes, specifically from Titans, but we're going to see mostly actually with the initial, and gets a second. Just completely negating everything that I just said about playing more passive. They just want to go ahead and take the whole cookie off this map right now.
Does he even try to come out?
Actually, ooh, gets a lot of damage onto Arrow, sitting at 8 HP, but John just is going to go ahead, molly it out, stop any sort of push that he has, and that sure was pretty nutty, but Titans he just wants to go ahead and end this one right now. Gets the first, actually gets a little bit of damage taken away, but there's no real way unless the Hayes just decides to go ahead and push out, potentially fight Arrow. He might have to here, but then John just cleans it up. And
beautiful pinch from Arrow there, yeah. And I think on top of that, though, I think they knew exactly where Mount Union's economy stood, and they just kind of played off of that and just wanted to shut him down immediately.
Yeah, definitely. Got to get those eco frags in, and if you just play quick, get your picks, catch them off guard, there's no real way for them to entry back in, because when you're sitting on those ecos, you got to get those opening picks, or you just have to go ahead and try to lurk out, just sit in those corners, get real ratty, so you're able to find those picks where you're catching the opposition off guard, but not going to be the case here.
Now going into round 9, trying to see what Mount Union has cooked up, and Watson will be able to take down Titans, getting a little aggressive there, unable to find anything off of it. It just looks like just a full default off of Mount Union, trying to see if they could find any more picks.
Yeah, I mean, they got the first on. They're expecting Titans to push every single round now, so Watson just sitting and waiting, and really has been the star player for Mount Union right now. We saw him fragging on the Killjoy last map, and so with this Viper, I feel like he has a lot more opportunity to play for himself with the post plants, with the walls. He can create picks for himself, but actually they're just going to go ahead and rush out onto the B site. That's going to be an opening pick. Blackbird didn't connect it first, but does clean up. Arrow does trade out with Chief, though, trying to get on this site, but cannot find that second shot. Hayes just tapping onto his head. We're going to see a 4v2 retake coming out from Tiffin. Breno sitting in hookah, as well as, or Mosley sitting in hookah, excuse me. And Breno looking for the CT retake, but it's going to be a bit of a scary push. Might be able to spot it out with this eye here. Doesn't find anyone, though. Gets taken out. Breno can't find any information. They're just going to have to try P going into it. Hayes realizes that there's going to be one person CT, cleans him up, but Mosley actually does find one through the wall. Gets cleaned up, but wow. Crispy shot.
100%. It was quite the spray. And it was just a little devastating there for Tiffin. I mean, they just went into full default mode on Mount Union's end, and they were able to successful. That pick on Titans was very beneficial to them. And after that, they were just able to find a couple more. And better yet, what I saw there is they had most other players on B ready to execute, and they still had 2 of them on A, just making noise, trying to fake out Tiffin and let them know, like, hey, we're thinking about going here. They give him the old switcheroo, but now Mosley going for a bit of an aggressive peek. A lot better than Raze, due to the fact he does have the teleport he can use to get out.
Yep, get out of jail free card. Just will go ahead and remove him from the situation. He just does not want to take that fight right now. Titans might still be looking for it. definitely a better choice staying back, not going for that first pick, because if you get traded out, attackers are still going to have an advantage getting onto site here, but there might be a little bit of a fight here. Titans and Cade almost squaring off. He actually does hear the sound cue. Old Orb does go down, but doesn't find the pick. Does he go for a second one? No. There's going to be Brimble clearing out U-Haul. We're going to see a flash, but no, Cade just gets caught out. 2 from Mosley, or Mosley gets 1, but then traded. Blackbird actually is going to get that final kill on the site. Tiffin does have 2 members together with 3 for the side of Mountain Union. Spike is going to be planted, but they need to go ahead and be quick about it. Does spot out the default. I don't know if they can find any of the other players, though. They know where one is. Denji needs to come up huge here, but there's just going to be members sitting in the smoke. Does make it a 2v2. Brimble sitting real low. Hayes does get that pick, actually spots him out. Denji is just going to go ahead and drop those flowers, and he's going to go ahead and play for the post plant, but it's not going to be good. Oh no, he doesn't realize it, Brim! Oh no, and that is going to be the defuse with a just unfortunate post plant coming out from Hayes, and the final kill. Denji gets his 3rd, and they're just going to reset this one.
Lineup Larry, no bueno today. You saw it here, folks.
Lineup Larry is going to be a lineup lost.
Lineup loser. No, I'm joking.
No. That was a really good try. Where it's just unfortunate. I don't think it was just not the right angle.
No, definitely not.
If he was just trying to throw it out there, that might have been something too. If not having an actual lineup, just wanted to go and throw it out and try for it, and just.
Nice try. That's all you can say.
That's really
you go next to the next round,
yeah. Looking for another default. This is really where Mountain Union has been kind of finding their couple of rounds, but it's peeking through the smoke. Denji actually looking for one, does get it, but needs to go back on out. And Titans, just the aggression coming out from Tiffin, now that they're starting to feel themselves, and with these defaults coming out from Mountain Union, Tiffin gets a pick, and they have no contest. They can just get out for free, and it just forces really awkward situations for Mountain Union here.
Now the Prowler will go out on Breno's end, being able to find the chamber and know that a couple, or at least one, is over on B short. Now Mosley whiffing 2 of his op shots, trying to see if he can catch the Brim out here. Will miss his 3rd, his 4th.
Oh no!
But he's good for 1 more.
Oh! No! Oh man, Mosley. But he didn't see the cross. Hayes is just going to be sitting there, and this is one of those situations where just re-peeking is not necessarily beneficial to go ahead and get that pick, but he's still going to try to go for it, and there's going to be Hayes creeping up, and Mosley just cannot close it out. Hayes conquers long up on B site, and he's just going to be pushing up, gets guarded. 2 members of Tiffin onto B site, with the other 2 just not realizing where Mountain Union has grouped, though. But Breno does teleport. We're going to see a pinch. A lot grouped onto Hookah with a full flash. Aero gets one, Denji the other. Traded out is Chief, or Denji rather, but Breno just goes ahead and says no. Just closes it out right there, and Tiffin gets an 8th on the board, last round of the half, and Mountain Union just needs to scrape what they can to get a 4th on the board.
Yeah, they do have a couple ults here, especially that KO ult on finding Cade. We'll definitely be able to get them on the site, and that Watson Viper ult there would definitely be able to secure them at least some form of post plant. But we'll just have to see how it turns out, because again, their guns are not looking favorable in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, you've got some rifles, some half armor, a sheriff, so it's going to be kind of awkward getting into this. They actually are going to be, looks like gamble stacking on the bathroom side here. Breno spots out one, and there's going to be a pick from Titans looking for another, and he finds it. Cade with an extinguished ult. He's just not going to get it. Hayes, though, actually does get a pick onto the B site here, and with only 1 member remaining from Tiffin, they might want to go ahead and commit. Breno teleported, and this could be a good pick. Mosley actually, though, catches them off guard and gets 1 and 2, and Aero cleans it up. That's going to be the half of this map. 9-3 in favor of Tiffin, and they just need 4 more rounds to close the series out and secure that first seed going into what I don't think it's not playoffs, but getting first seed is just very impactful here.
100% determines. It does determine in playoffs or you know, at the tournament, who you're going to play against. It's the typical 1-8, 2-7, 3-6, whatever. So the higher you are in your seed, the little easier it is to get to the top and get to that grand finals. But just very excited here, because I mean, it looks like here that it's definitely like a sealed deal in the favor of Tiffin, but we still have another half to play here, folks. We have.
Yeah, and there's just,
another
with the
part of the
composition that Mountain Union has crafted for themselves, this is their opportunity to get back in this game. We've been talking about it, just kind of waiting for the second half to get started, because with the two controllers, they can really kind of just stop any sort of aggression with double sets of util. But there's going to be Tiffin grouping for a B-side play with two members of Mountain Union stacked on long. They aren't going to be able to spot it out right now. I don't know if they're going to catch both. No, there's actually no read from Breno's Prowler there, so they don't realize where Mountain Union is currently sitting, so they might get caught off with initial pick, and that's going to be Chief with the first. Still sitting in the smoke is Hayes, waiting for a trade. Breno does trade him out and actually gets the second. Good entry from the fade on Tiffin. And going into this, they're going to get the spike planted. Mountain Union, you're going to have to look for some miracles here, which actually Watson taps down Titan. Getting out of the site, 3v3 with Aero, actually sitting at pretty low health. Breno has been hitting these shots, so but Cade with the wide swing just deletes Breno off the map. Aero makes it a 2v2. But can they push it? Blackbird, actually, I don't think he's going to spot him, but with some timing here, Aero's going to just not be able to get a 1v1. And Watson coming up huge with those 3 picks. And that is going to be the winning pistol round on the defense from Mountain Union. And this is going to be the momentum build that they need.
100%, and honestly, you got to give credit to Watson. There was some really clean plays he was able to, or shots he was able to pull off.
Yeah, just
being able to confirm it for him, getting
it all together here. This is their chance to go ahead and have a strong defense. I'm kind of curious. So with their stack, just in a kind of standard, I mean, I would even say a bind etiquette. You got 3 members on A, 2 on B. But with the 2 that they have on B, they have their Sentinel and one of the, I would argue, one of the best controllers in the game aside from Viper. Where he's able to, he has a lot of smokes, can precisely drop them, has easy post plant and a good ult. But Tiffin actually is going to elect to go over towards the A site, even with the stack. We see 2 members do those split. Hayes going to be taking a duel right here. Mosley does find it, and that's going to be an aggressive play, not working out for the side of Mountain Union. They're going to find that pick. They might just go ahead and run it right on over to B. But no, they just want to wait and find another pick.
Well, looks like they're playing a bit of Mountain Union's game here, you know? I mean, typically you would want to explode somewhere, but now taking the teleporter from Tiffin, being able to grab the spike and seeing if they execute on A. Hoping maybe most of them just kind of rotated out, but that's not the case, as they're going to be looking for a fight here. And Titans being able to running right click, take down Watson.
I think that's just a little bit of just desserts. Titans getting his, because man, Watson tapped him down, but that's going to be Mosley actually finding another 2v5, even on the disadvantage. Actually, Tiffin is just doing a great job finding these picks. And oh man, Cade though does come up big. Blackbird with another, forcing it. Breno forces them into a 1v3 situation. Blackbird with the better weapon, but no. That's going to be a shutdown and just stopping anything that Mountain Union really got out of winning that pistol round. And man, they're going to be out of money and out of luck going into this gun round.
Now going into this next round, it looks like, yeah, the Eco's not going to be looking really good for Mountain Union. Oof.
That is one of the worst feelings when you lose that bonus round, when you win the pistol and lose a second. I feel like that's worse than just losing the 2 in a row, because you're then put off guard for the next 2 to maybe even 3 rounds, depending on what buy you want to go for there.
Because you're expected to win it, you know, you're expected to be like, hey, we got better guns, you know, we should be able to statistically on paper be a little better, but or win it, sorry.
Yeah, but actually, Tiffin doesn't spot out any place. Blackbird gets an aggressive position, does take out Titans. That's going to be a pretty impactful pickup for Mountain Union, but I don't think they realize that there's going to be a Brim sitting on the left side here. We're going to see a bit of a square off. Does spot the trip, but no, that's just going to be a quick swing. Aero does get it just in time, flicks around, is not going to get picked off. That's going to be Hayes, does actually find Mosley too, and I don't know if they want to go ahead and take these fights. Breno isn't really spotting a whole lot with the Prowlers as well. Oh no. 34 HP to his name, but can he find it? He's going to be jumping around this, and that's going to be Hayes getting another pick, sitting under the window, 3 to him, and Watson cleans it up. This is just back and forth right now.
I think TU's lesson for that round was definitely clear your corners. I mean, they were playing a little ready, they were on a bit of a lower buy, but with being able to play in those setups, it just kind of
Well, I mean, Hayes, especially on the last map, even when he was playing the Astra, he just sits in very cheeky corners, getting those easy, quick picks, and we're just not being able to trade it out. Those should be one-and-done spots, and Tiffin has not been able to clean them up.
But like you were saying on the last map here, I mean, we definitely have a lot more chances here and possibly, to lose possible rounds. Whereas Mount Union, three strikes and you're out here.
that is 3 strikes and you're out. That is a good way to put it. But dude, their composition just going onto this defense is, I feel like, just way more impactful than what we had. And our attacking, we have our standard composition, so you're basically giving a percentage for both teams. Mount Union has a higher percentage to win on defense than they do on attack, but I'd say Tiffin is just a 50-50. Your attack and your defense is just going to be up in the air either way. So Mount Union actually coming in here with, I would say, more of an advantage. But it's just really going to come down to how Tiffin executes the site and how they go ahead if their aim is just on point, and that's really going to be it right now.
And a bigger play that came out just a little while ago, Brenna was able to creep up showers and grab his ultimate orb, giving him his ultimate ability here, and maybe they'll be able to do something with that. And as I just said, they're looking to fly out of A with it, but a bit of a fake coming through. Now they try to run through and try to work off this. Arrow being able to trade out Hayes.
Oh man, Titans gonna be forced back off the site. Actually, might just clean up with a satchel. Oh man, Titans does clean up Chief. 3v3, even fight going into it. That is gonna be a lot better than what they initially thought they were gonna come into the site with. But here we go, Titans actually just wants to go and get the picks. Looks for a first, but no, just gets double swung. Blackbird claiming his life. And now we're gonna see a bit of a post plant and a crossfire coming out from Tiffin. There's gonna be one going down, looking for the post plant. Blackbird is good, but the lineup doesn't happen for Arrow. He's gonna be forced out, 50 HP, and he's gonna be looking for it. But he needs to find it. Oh no, you can't shoot the satchel either. And he's just gonna be forced between a rock and a hard place. Arrow falls, 3 for Blackbird, and that is gonna be a 6th round for Mount Union, inching closer to tying this game up.
I've seen satchel kills in my life. I've never seen 2-on-1 around. That's a sight to see.
Yeah,
this is a game here.
This is definitely a close game. I feel like Mount Union actually just has been building up momentum throughout this half now. We are on a bye round for both sides, so this could be an opportunity for Tiffin to go ahead and kind of take it back in their favor. Like you said, 3 strikes and they're out. All they got to do is just get to that 13th round, and this series is done.
Now going in, it's all quiet on the front here. Is not really much sound coming through. Going for a default.
Mountain Union just does not want to look for a pick. They've been doing a great job kind of getting aggressive, but then just not like doing it every single time, kind of what Tiffin was going. They were just running it down. But Mountain Union electing to go. They play passive, play aggressively on the next, and it's just a good way to switch it up and kind of disrupt the tempo of what Tiffin has been doing right now.
To give favor to Mount Union, I mean they're holding their sites really well, honestly. And when they have to give, their retakes are very good. And Watson electing to use his ult here to prevent Tiffin from wanting to go A.
Yeah, that Viper's Pit is just gonna completely lock down the site, and Tiffin just has nothing to do with it. They don't want to get near that, so they're just gonna go right towards B. But we actually do see there's still a stack towards A. Mount Union rotating very quickly.
Execute has to go out faster here. I'm telling you, this first one in will be able to take down Watson, and Hayes goes down, but Brenna will fall to the molly, but mostly getting his. There's now a 4v2, but Black here getting his pick through the smoke.
That is just a good read. Just knowing that one of them's going to be sitting along that wall, and Blackbird gets his, but this is still 2v3. Cade actually does find Deji. We're going to see the same post plant coming out from Tiffin here. That's going to be just awkward timing, but there's going to be the Raze ultimate. Does get that first pick. Arrow needs to come up big this time, and he does. No satchel, no problem. He cleans it up and gets an 11th on the board, and just so close to closing this out for Tiffin.
Well, definitely able to reprove himself there with the reads, with the post plant. My goodness.
But looking at the scoreboard here, we are seeing, like we were talking about specifically on the last map, Mountain Union has had those frags. We see 17 and 16 for Hayes. This man has just been going insane and really stopping Tiffin in their tracks right now. So if he can just find more cheeky spots, he might be able to go ahead and clean it up. But I think what Mountain Union needs to do now, because they are running very thin on time, they need to start switching up what they've been doing. They've been doing the same stack, though looking for an aggressive posture, sitting in the bathrooms right now, across that Viper smoke. They might be able to find a pick, but nothing exchanged yet. And that's going to be Blackbird actually just with a bomb finding Breno. I don't know how that happened.
But Hayes was lurked up in his smoke on B long, and he gets unable to see Titans rotate there. They have most of the space here, and they kind of have a bit of a feeling that it is going to be A.
Yeah, and that's going to be
rotating
man.
out.
Titans
What?
fighting that with his ultimate, but Watson just going and trading it out. And the second, Mountain Union have all but secured this round right here, confirming that there's going to be Tiffin on A site, flashed out. And they're going to use the elect to use the KO here. Interesting choice with 4v2, but this could be it. And actually, AO does find him, so that is a good decision. 2 for AO, and he's looking for a third, finds it, and he might just go and clutch it up, but no!
I need a reset.
Really good 50 there coming out of Mount Union. It was really down to the wire there, but Watson able to come out on top. And shut Tiffin down here for that round.
Oh man, that is so heartbreaking. Where he finds 3 picks and just it all comes down to that last 1v1, but the shots don't line up, and that is going to be Mountain Union actually claiming it. It's just, I mean, looking at the scoreboard here, it has been so back and forth. You see one round in favor of Tiffin, one Mountain Union, and then just exchanging back tit for tat. But who really is going to build momentum right now? Tiffin's still on a much longer rope than Mountain Union. And there's going to be a collat! Chief erases 2 members of Tiffin University off this map right now. And even though they're still actually going to be grouping towards B site here, I don't know if that's going to be the way that they want to go, though. Tour de Force coming up just huge for Mountain Union.
And again here, you know, most sound is quiet. I mean, they're kind of given a bit of a rate that they still are trying to go B here. But not all players are going. You can even see on Mount Union's end, they raise lurked up into our spawn almost.
Yeah, but there's going to be a smoke falling down shortly here off of Garden. Aero wants to look for a pick, but he's going to come right to the top. And they might just actually go back towards the teleporter. But then they're going to spot out Blackbird. He gets caught, but no, he gets 2! He realizes they teleported and it lines up in his favor. Only Mosley left to the Dragons, and he's just going to have to fight for his life here. 5 members for Tiffin University, or for Mountain Union rather, and that is just Blackbird cleaning it up. 8th round on the board, only 3 round difference in this map here, and oh man, is it close.
He's getting really there. I mean, if you, you know, understand on the end of Tiffin, you know, they were going in a bit of a save there. It was very, very light buy, so just kind of be like, all right, you know, we're probably going to lose this. We'll just take that expectation, bring our momentum into the next one here. But again, their eco is looking a little wishy-washy here, electing to go with rifles and light shields. I don't even know if they have most of their utility here.
Yeah, this is a questionable play coming up from TU. I feel like they're just trying to force and just get any round that they can. If they just take the opportunity to wait, get their util, and play it out, it could be good. But just Titans jumping right into the brimhole, and Watson cleans it up. Oh no.
Probably a little bit of miscommunication there, but that's totally fine. But I think the whole point of it was to kind of pick everyone and say, hey, we're going A, and then they got to do a little switcheroo here now, trying to take possession of B.
Yeah, they got the bait and switch here, and there's going to be Denji entering the backside, but Hayes catches him out, sitting in the back corner after he drops his orbital strike, gets a second, and that is just 2 more picks for Mountain Union. Only 2 members left of Tiffin. Oh no, the bomb is going to be stuck on the backside of B site. Hero is going to have to go absolutely wild here. Might just catch out the KO though. Does spot him, waiting for a little bit more information. Oh, but it doesn't. Arrow does get the pick, but they finally spot him out. Mountain Union knows exactly where TU's brim is sitting, but he does find it actually with the clean 1-tap onto Chief there. 3 members left. He's going to have to be very crispy though. His shots need to ring true here. 3 members left, 27 seconds left on this round, but actually looking for it, does get a third, but no, there's going to be Blackbird for the trade. Oh man, he was playing a little bit of Hayes map there, just getting those really ratty positions, does get those picks, but unfortunately just the numbers game doesn't add up for him.
Okay, going into this, I mean, TU's only got 2 rounds to win here, where Mount Union's got to figure out how to get 4 down, and But Tiffin looking like they're going again, bit of a
Looks
light
like
buy here.
Light buy. It is a half buy though, so they're gonna have money going into this next round. But this is definitely potential 4/10 on the board for Mount Union, getting very close to tying this game up. They're gonna be stacking onto the A site, but there's gonna be 3 members of Mount Union in the waiting arms. They pushed. They knew that there was going to be members of Mount Union sitting on the other side of the wall here. Just at what point? How far back are they? Wall does come down. What sort of exchange we have here? Actually 4 members of Tiffin stacked up, and they are just waiting to see what Mount Union does. Mount Union does not want to give anything. Cade with the first, and that is not going to be able to trade. Titans, unfortunately, just not put it together, and that's going to be a quick paint grenade coming out and just cleaning up Titans. 2 members down on this eco. Spots him out with the third. The KO knife will just go ahead and just telegraphs where they're at. And oh man, Tiffin's gonna be in a rough spot here.
Looks like they're still electing to try to at least try something on A. And Mosley with the Marshall here, trying to see if he can get another tag.
That's, yeah, just no tags, no hundos here. Mosley is not going to be able to get any sort of damage onto the opposition, and unfortunately that smoke will deny any sort of push. Watson has just been denying, I feel like, almost every single push that Tiffin has been out. Maybe they find the initial picks, and when they do, those are the rounds that they're converting. Mosley actually gets 1 on a Cade here. And we're going to see Watson sitting real low, but can't line up that other shot. Blackbird with 3 on this specific round. 17 seconds left, and Arrow just going to try to go ahead and tap it out.
Only 12 seconds here. Let's try to go for a play. It's unsuccessful. Blackbird with the 4K here on this round, getting his eco frags.
Gotta get this eco frags. He's got an ult as well. Alright, I'm gonna make a prediction here. I'm gonna say we are gonna see Raze come out from Mount Union side. They're just gonna go, he's gonna go for some crazy play, double satchels with the ult, all the fixings, wants to go ahead and get this first pick and just secure the 11th round and tie this game up here and now. What we do see though, I believe Tiffin is gonna be coming out with their full buy. It's just gonna be, can they go ahead and adapt?
I mean, they do have a bit of ults in their favor. I believe they have a fade ult on Breno here, which would be able to just completely cut all the sound from the defending site, whoever gets caught in it. And I think they'd probably just be able to elect to kind of go off of that. They might play a bit of a default, and then try to see where they can poke and prod. Probably not overextend way too much, and then probably down to like maybe 40 seconds left. They'll just probably go for it. That's going to be my prediction. I could be wrong, but they'll have to see exactly what they cook up for this.
That definitely sounds like what would be the ideal play. But I feel like the Fatal is more going to be informational than actually execute. Where maybe it goes out and they do execute on the site with it, but it's just going to be, all right, where are those people sitting? How many people are tracked through the ult? Not necessarily just deafening them, but like where are they at? Where can we find these picks getting onto the site? Because it has been the biggest issue that Tiffin has had getting on these sites is people just sitting in corners and not being able to trade it out. So Hayes getting 3 picks, Watson comes in and just cleans it up with his utility, and it just makes it very difficult getting into these sites.
And it looks like here we're going through a bit of a tech pause. Something happened here on our end. I don't
Could have
know
had
exactly.
another crash maybe. We're just going to wait to see and find out. But right now, this game has just been so back and forth. Tiffin created a huge lead at the beginning with a 9-3 half. But now, just looking at it, they've only been able to get 2 rounds on the attacking here. Mount Union looking poised to actually go ahead and make a comeback and force us onto a 3rd map here.
That's what the kids call the 9-3 curse.
that is something that does happen in this game sometimes. But as much as we like to be superstitious around here, this is just going to be whatever team actually plays better. And info is good from Blackbird. Does spot out there's at least 1 member of Tiffin towards bathrooms. Now maybe a second. Going to see a pretty big grouping, and waiting for the flanks is Sky for Tiffin. So they just want to go and execute this. It's just going to be how they go ahead and string it together.
And again, those Mount Union players just stiff as statues here on the site. There it is, the ult coming down from Fade.
Spots too with the Fade ult. But that is going to be, are they going to be able to get onto the site? They're just going to wait for Mount Union, sitting patiently, waiting for the spike to go down, and they just don't even care. They want to go ahead and wait, make sure these smokes go down, and give themselves the best opportunity for this retake. Even if the spike.
Here with a classic and nothing more. Watson being able to take out Mosley and Blackbird, being able to see a bit of a pixel, get the wall bang down as Titans trying to take an aggressive fight in U-Haul.
3 members outside of Tiffin. Oh, but they're actually gonna have the post plant. There's gonna be the orbital strike coming out from a Yarrow. Does deny the push a little bit further, and Titans with the first pick, 3v4, but the op shots, Chief is just on point right now. Does actually ping it out though through the smoke. Breno goes crazy, and they're waiting for a 2v2. They're gonna get onto the spike here, looks for the first pick. Can he get traded out? But no, Blackbird comes up huge in that round and ties it up 11-11. We are on the last couple rounds here, and this is gonna be do or die for both teams going in here.
Well, the other thing here, you know, is this round does go sour for Tiffin. We still have another, you know, another map to go into. I think it's going to be Breeze, should be our decider, but one of the teams here, Tiffin's going to be hoping here to just shut it down completely.
Yeah.
But Mount Union's still on that ride here, the momentum and being able to rise to the top here to see what they can do.
They've strung 5 rounds together already. All they need to do is get 2 more, so not too crazy, but we seem to see a change in playstyle from Tiffin. They're actually going to be spreading out for potentially another default Viper's Pit, and that is a good placement. Just blocks down all of A short. So I don't know if Tiffin really wants to push into there. They might try it and just call the bluff, but that's not going to be the case. They're just going to group over towards B.
I mean, if I were Mount Union, yeah, I mean, they're doing it right now. I would just send one of our players over to B. I mean, that Viper's Pit just kind of really cuts off one of the main choke points. Just need one more person to watch the other, and they're golden.
They do spot out Hayes there, so they know that at least one is on site. 3 members, though, for Tiffin. But if we trade out effectively here, this could be a conversion to a site. But, man, those op shots, just not enough smokes to get onto site there, and Tiffin just having a hard time getting around. But one pick does happen. There's going to be the ultimate from Raze. Showstopper is good. Mosley does find one, though. 3v3 getting onto the site here. Spike is going to be able to go down with the rest of the members from Mount Union sitting in CT for post plants. They don't really want to get aggressive, but Mosley actually is asking for it, and he just gets one tapped. Cade is good there. Blackbird with the other, and Breno is the sole member of Tiffin. Try to go ahead and close this out. Looks for it and cannot. 12 rounds. Game point for Mount Union, and this is going to be do or die. Tiffin needs to force overtime right now to close this series out.
I'm speechless.
Yeah, this has been a crazy comeback from Mount Union getting into this defending half, and I think we were just talking about it even at the beginning. Once they got on the defense, it's like, all right, this is their time to play. This is where they can really force their composition to work, and they've just been doing wonders with it. And Tiffin has an awkward vibe. We're seeing Guardians classics coming out. This is going to be a very, very tall task for Tiffin to come through and get even to overtime right now.
What we do see here, though, that Mosley does have his chamber up here, so essentially he's got his pistol, but Benji electing to go with a Sheriff here. Again, a very, very, very light buy, or the force buy here, trying to see what they could come up with it.
Yeah, Mosley does have the short of force, is going to wait for any sort of aggression coming from Mount Union, but they're not going to give it. They're just going to stand strong. They don't want to give anything up to TU right now. They're just going to hold their sights, play it out, but they do have an aggressive posture over on the B side, taking up long and hookah. So if Tiffin does decide to end up here, these could be the opening picks that Mount Union is currently looking for. Still with the default, they haven't decided where they want to end up yet. Tiffin is just sitting, waiting for any sort of information. Mount Union is not giving it up right now, but how much do they want to invest in getting onto a site here versus defending it? This is going to be very difficult, and they do spot out the long play with the op, but Blackbird with the others. Oh no. 2 ops from Mount Union. They're just going to deny any sort of push, but they're going to go for it anyways. Arrow looking to get on site. No one is going to be silenced getting onto this too. Showstopper is coming from Titans. Might look to find one here. But where is he? He's just camped up in U-Haul right now. Spike does go down, and that is going to be good. 4v5 for Tiffin, but they need to come up huge.
Essentially just goes down to a post plan as Mount Union looking to go ahead and try to just swing out here, and Titans being able to take down Blackbird.
Titans with the first. They're going to actually tap the bomb here. Brennan needs to go and close up. Does get it. Watson traded out. Cade does find another 2 members, but Denji does get it with the Sheriff. He's going to ask a flash here. Does find it. Gets a Vandal with a full blind onto the 1v1. Denji needs to come up huge. And Cade looking to swing around. He has the advantage. All Denji needs to do is play the bomb, and he's going to get it. And he does! Oh my god. Denji coming up with the huge clutch, just playing the bomb beautifully there, forcing overtime, and now we are going in all the way to go ahead and either force Mount Union onto a third map, or we just close it out here and secure the first seed for Tiffin University.
And the beautiful thing about overtime is both teams are at a very even playing field. They have about I think 5,000 credits to buy all their abilities, their rifles, and it just allows for no more of that gun advantage where you have to save or you have the advantage with better guns. You're able to make your decisions here. And
economy is not a problem here. It is just down to what team can play better going into this. So the way it works, it's 2 rounds that each team needs to get. So you need to win 2. So for example, it would be whoever gets to 14 first here. But if it's 1-1. Then we're going to go to another overtime. Each team has an opportunity to do attacking and defending, so it's very even, but actually Watson just spraying the wall, reads it perfectly, takes Mosey down to 67 HP, and that is just going to be some good util used, and Mountain Union just playing the defaults, the aggressive plays from Tiffin, once again being read pretty easily here.
I think just essentially here, it's just a bit of a harder map to kind of play attack on. And just most attack teams you see here just kind of defaulting. Trying to see if they can find something here, get an advantage.
Now, Titans and Breno have a good crossfire going on. Going into this, there is going to be a bit of a stack coming from Mount Union onto the A site. Actually, looking for a pick. They do spot out Denji and get some damage onto him, but regardless, they're just going to go take the A site. They realize that there is someone, but just one member of Mount Union on B site, and they're just going to go run through. Hayes takes out Breno. Titans does get another pick, though, traded out 4 members, Blackbird with another, and it's just so back and forth right now, though. We're going to see some swings. Titans needs to hit his shots, but no, caught with the reload. He's going to get taken out by Watson. 3 members for Mount Union, able to go ahead and get onto site while we see the rotate from Tiffin. Molly's good, but Ayero down to himself, and that's going to be Watson wide swinging and closing out that round. This is going to be do or die.
Switching sides.
Tiffin on the attacking side, Mount Union's defense has been so strong going into this. They just need to go ahead and come up huge in this potentially last round of the map.
Again, match point here for Mount Union. Trying to see what they can get set up here, and it looks like, again, another op buy coming in from the chamber. It looks like to be very strong in the hands of Mount Union here.
Oh, just looking at that scoreboard, Blackbird in this game has come up huge in the second half. Like that, my man's almost dropping a 30 bomb right now. He's feeling it. So we're gonna see.
We were talking about frags, and we were needing frags, but Titans looks like he's going in here into Hookah, trying to see if he can get that brim out, and will not be able to. But just huge steamrolling here on the site.
Chiefs invested it into an op, but he's actually just going to go ahead and teleport off site, going for the retake instead. Oh man, I was so afraid of that push.
Yeah, that scared me a little bit. He's kind of tucked there in the corner, but he needed to get out for his own safety, and now...
Man. Hayes with a cheeky corner though, but he gets spotted out. His back is just going to be facing the enemy, and he gets erased off the map. Denji with the pick, but Blackbird just with the wide swing. This man is just getting free picks. Denji does though get the trade. 4v3 in favor of Tiffin with another. 2 members left for Mountain Union, and we might be going to a second overtime. Post plants as well from TU could be good, but we're just going to see him drop right now. Mosley gets taken out. Aero does find it. 1 member left for Mountain Union, and that is it, forcing to double OT. Oh my lord, Tiffin. They were on their last legs, but they do find it, and that is going to be another overtime coming out. No words. No words. This has been absolutely insane.
Sweating bullets over here, man. I'm more in.
Yeah, it's been crazy. But there's Mountain Union just. I feel like Tiffin changing up the tempo has really forced Mountain Union onto the back foot, though also it was just very lucky getting onto that site. If it just wasn't, if it was timed properly, and it just, which that's something that kind of happens in Valorant, you can just be mistimed. It's no one's fault, it just happens. But there's going to be a quick fight. Mosley actually, with the aggressive position, picks Chief off, looking to bite off more than he can chew. They were looking for those opening picks, which they have been reading Tiffin, but the aim is just better on the side of Mosley.
Now Hayes here trying to see if he just takes out the chamber trip and then proceeding to walk back. Again, Mount Union is still set up in kind of a default state here, trying to see if they can try to poke and prod, and they do successfully take Titans down. Blackbeard
Yeah,
getting his.
Man, they just know the Titan's gonna push. Blackbird is there to go ahead and get it, and Breno trying to go ahead. They might deny something. Oh, he spots out the gun, but he can't get the kill, and then that is just gonna be a itchy trigger finger. Not gonna be in the favor of Breno here. I does come out, could potentially spot someone, but that is actually a stack. Aren't they in U-Haul over there? I can't quite tell. Oh, but they are gonna be on the site. Spike will go down, and this is gonna be a very, very sketchy retake from Tiffin.
Spike planted.
Oh, swing just a little bit too wide. Watson will be able to take down the arrow, and Blackbeard getting his second for the round, and as well as Watson is now down to Breno, and will get taken down by Blackbeard, completely shutting down TU here. Now going again into match point, where Tiffin have to come up with something here on attack.
Match point.
Yeah, they got to pull something way out of back pocket here, because I don't know what else they're going to be able to do. These defenses have just been good, and that is just, even with the opening pick from Mosley, coming in with a disadvantage, Mountain Union still able to claim that round, and it just is looking very difficult for Tiffin to get back into this. They're fighting just with a string in their hand. They're just trying to grab along, but there's just nothing at the end of it.
Here we go, kicking off possibly potentially one of the final rounds of this map.
Now Tiffin does have an aggressive posture over towards B side, or A side rather, with a pretty large grouping, all 5 members. But then, oh no, Watson actually is going to be sitting on the other side of the smoke waiting, and Hayes is well stacked up.
Where are you?
Oh, he misses his lineup. Oh, poor fella. It looks like here Tiffin trying to did poke and prod a little bit. And now trying to maybe opt to cut noise here, maybe force kind of the Mount Union players to rotate over to B.
Oh, that's not going to be the case. They were really trying to go ahead and bait rotates, but Mount Union with the aggressive posture over onto B side does spot out the Garden player, I believe. So they could go ahead and trade him out pretty quickly. No ops for the side of Mount Union either. So this is just going to be some raw aim, but oh, that is a scary spot for Blackbird to be sitting. Satchel's not going to get any damage as well.
Looks like they're kind of taking a page out of Mount Union's book on attack.
Yeah, it's a bait and switch. There's going to be Titans with 1, catch them off guard, but he gets traded out 4v4. Chief does get Titans in return, but there's going to be a full push from Tiffin onto the A site here. Spike does go down, but this is going to be where they need to come up absolutely huge. Mosley does look for 1, but he just gets sprayed down, and there's going to be Breno left to his lonesome. The 1 member of TU left needs to go ahead and find 4 people just to close this out. He's going to get sprayed through, does go down 40 HP, but does find the pick. They're going to be trying to get the bomb, but no, that is going to be us going to map 3 in this series with a 9-3 lead for Tiffin. Oh my gosh.
Very huge hold on, on Tiffin's and Mount Union both. I mean, if you're in the shoes of Mount Union, it's really hard to kind of just, stick with, just keeping that momentum going and everything. But once they're able to get their foothold on it, on defense side, it just kind of all came crashing down, was able to get them the win. And again, both these teams, again, we're tied right now in the placements of the GLEC. So they're, any one of these teams, I do truly believe that they do deserve either top 1 seed, but one of them's got to go down to number 2, and today is where we decide that. And with that being said, we're going to go ahead and go to another small break here. Getting set up for map 3, Breeze.
All right, and here we are back with Tiffin University versus Mount Union. This is going to be the decider. We went through 2 crazy maps before this. There was Tiffin winning Ascent pretty quickly. I mean, it was, I think, a 6-13 finish, I want to say, for that first map. But then Mount Union with a crazy comeback. After going with the 9-3 first half, Mount Union on the disadvantage, they come back and take bind. It was a crazy back and forth game, but in double overtime they end up closing it out. And so now we're going into the 3rd and final map in the series to secure first seed. Breeze. Neither of us picked this, but during the break, you and I were talking about kind of what this map means and kind of what team comps we thought we're going to kind of see going into this.
Exactly, and I kind of called it a little bit because I was a little uncertain of what Mount Union would do, but it looks like we got a full mirror comp, meaning that every character that we have is going to be the exact same character that they have.
Yeah, mirror competition coming up from both sides, so this is really going to be just whatever team plays it better. What I do like to see, Titan's back on the Jet. This is his signature pick that we have seen every week in, week out, and he has just been a great job fragging on it. But then Mount Union, what's actually kind of surprising, so last map they played double controller here, which I think is kind of what gave them the opportunity to take that map, where they were just controlling both sides effectively. You couldn't really eat any site you tried to pick, you were going to get stopped for some period of time, and it would give Mount Union the opportunity to rotate over.
On top of that, it's not really a pick that T is familiar with going against. I know it's been huge in pro play with that VCT that happened earlier in the year, but now going into the first round here, and Titan is just taking an aggressive pick. We'll be able to get the Chief down. Get a bit of tag on Watson, and we'll go down the hands of Denji. Trading out, but then another trade from Breno. It's now down to a 4v2. Mount Union looking a little risky.
He's still going.
He's hungry.
This man is starving. He spots out there's going to be, he sees both of them, or at least gets a sound key. Mosley with the first, and there's going to be a scary Jet on the other side. Breno with that initial pick, and that will be the first round going in favor of Tiffin. But this wasn't also another thing that we were talking about during the break. We said that this could be another 9-3 half. I mean, it's very possible. Tiffin getting the advantage going in, but then Mount Union's defense has just been so strong. So we really need to see, is it going to work? I don't know. I think with them starting on the attacking side, they put themselves in a way better spot going into the second half.
100% now going in here. Again, as we said before, Mount Union having to go with next to nothing here on this next round. Kind of looking to possibly lose it here, but they're going to be trying to scale up A here. Maybe trying to farm some orbs to get their ultimate points up to be able to get to those faster and use them sooner.
Aero does drop a little bit of util to go ahead and stall any sort of push. But yeah, Mount Union, they just want to go ahead and get the util out of Tiffin's side here. Titans does find that initial pick though. This man just lurking behind gets that headshot onto Blackbird. It's actually going to be one of their top fraggers, as well as 55 damage onto Cade. Another member of Mount Union, real low on health. Tiffin with this buy round, or this...
Was almost able to find the Chief there.
Oh, but that actually, did they spot? Okay, no, that was, I thought they spotted out that play, but Titans actually is going to get another member and does clean up Chief to try and go ahead and fight back. They realize that Mosley is on the back, but then Watson does get Titans, does clean that up. Util doesn't spot it out, but then Mosley, just with a quick no-scope, leaves one member left alive for Mount Union.
Spots him there for a little bit, and now Watson trying to have to see if he can make something out of nothing, and is unsuccessful. Benji will take him down, securing the second round for Tiffin. And now Mount Union going into this round now being able to have a better chance here, being able to buy better firearms and get better guns than Tiffin as of right now. As Tiffin goes into a bit of a bonus here to try to see if they can get more bonus money here, try to get a little more extra currency.
Yeah. I think the story of this match has been really how can each team read each other better. Tiffin has been, those aggressive picks have really worked out in their favor towards the early half of this set, but then going later on, they've just been read pretty easily. So they did get those initial picks. Their aim was just very good going into those first 2 rounds, but then we're going to see Mount Union actually rushing through double doors. Cade finds them first. We're going to see Titans back on B side once again, does get the flank, and Blackbird does go down, but there's going to be another one. Aero does clean up with a Spectre. We're seeing a 3v3 Spike is going to be planted. Mosley almost spots it out, trying to tap it through that fence, but he just cannot connect.
Again, another 3v3 coming out here on this match.
Oh, but
Both teams could really win this here, but oh no.
Gonna see Sova. He knows that something is coming. There's a storm brewing on this back, but Titans needs to go ahead and be spotted out carefully. But no, Hayes. Of course, it's always going to be Hayes on that backside. He knows when the flanks are happening, and Mosley does look to push on the site. They do realize Hayes is going to be in towards cave, though, so they have one person spotted out sitting on default. It's going to be Watson as well. One pick down. Hayes on the second round of 1v1. Breno cannot! And Hayes with 4. That's going to be 1 round on the board for Mountain Union, and the gun round is good.
And again, as we said before, though, I mean, it's just like the story telling itself again. You know, I mean, Tiffin still went down in that round, but Mount Union only had 1 gun left to their name there. And now looking at the economy, I don't know if they're going to be able to possibly force here up.
Yeah, guns do come out. Though, I know, we'll see what happens. It was an awkward, I mean, they had their gun round. They're going to be having on a lot of this armor, as well as on the side of Tiffin, so it's really just, I mean, straight up rifles. You got a Guardian for Mountain Union, but everyone else is running their weapons. And then we're going to see a grouping in mid, which has been kind of the case for this match. Out of 2 of the 3 rounds, there's been quite a bit. Hayes does get that first pick on a Titans. You're going to expect that man to peek, and Hayes is ready for it. But then Mosley, actually trying to get a follow-up, does clean up Hayes, 5 HP to his name, so not a whole lot left. But as long as you tap heads, you can have as little as 1 HP to go ahead and get these kills. Still grouped up on mid. Mosley is just going to go ahead and post up right now. But then with this grouping, I don't know if he's going to try and spot it out. This is going to be a very sketchy situation that he's going to get himself in, sitting at 5 HP, trying to create an opportunity. Breno cannot find it. Blackbird is good with the Guardian, and he is going to go down. Only 1 member left for the B site defense, and he's sitting at 5 HP. Where does Mount Union elect to go from here?
And again, Mosley trying to get some information here, and is spotted, and 1 bullet away from just getting wall banged here.
No! And he's
will
just
be
going to get
taken
updrafted
down.
and erased. Cade getting 1 to his name there. I don't think they realize that B is completely open yet. Viper Wall is going to go ahead and cut off any sort of retake that Tiffin can do right now. 2v4. This is looking like it's going to be a Mountain Union round, but we can't count out Tiffin just yet. Especially we need to wait for the grouping, but Denji and Ayero can come up big. It just depends on where they're going to find these picks, and they are actually looking for the first. Cade cannot get it though, but he does stall and get the info, which is just as important for Mountain Union right now.
Again here, I think, yep, the decision coming out from Tiffin to probably look and just save here. Going into the next round, being able to keep these 2 guns. And Mount Union here just stacked up on site. I think Tiffin might try to see if they can try to find some exits here.
Yeah, they're just going to be looking for it, but realistically, they just need to keep these guns in their hands, sitting in the drop. They just don't want to go ahead and give up anything right now. They need to keep these guns going into the next round. And I don't know with their econ if they're going to be able to force, but still, having 2 guns in their hands is better than going for a kind of light buy, especially because even if they already did light armor through this round, and so what's another armor with Vandal and light, or another round with Vandal and light armor? They can go ahead and still convert as long as they're hitting their shots. So they get the 2. Going into this though, it's going to be awkward. They need to go ahead and actually position around those Vandals too. I don't think they really should be going for any aggressive picks, especially with those Vandals. They need to be, if someone drops, someone's got to pick that gun up and keep on running with it. This is not the time that they can really go for anything aggressive right now. They just need to make sure they're trading each other and making sure that they have their weapons in stock.
On my mark.
Again, most of the players here on TU's end not really having much to go with. Titans does have his knives here. The jet daggers, trying to see if we can get a pick down mid, unable to do so, and the knife comes out from KO here on Tiffin's end, being able to spot a couple players that are stuck in A main.
That's going to be a 5-man grouping from Mount Union onto the A side, and they are just going to go ahead and try to, they're looking to bait out any util right now. No walls up, but actually there is going to be the aggressive wall, but Titans is good, and he's able to go ahead and collect 1 skull off, or 1 scalp off of the enemy. But then here,
when we look up here though, it looks like Mount Union's Chamber's just looking up halls, and they do have a trip here, but I think he might be able to do something here with this type of execute. But no, it looks like they're just calling it back.
Blackbird almost getting caught out of position there. He's going to go ahead and take a step back, and I don't think Mount Union really want to commit on this right now, especially they realize Titan's sitting on A side. They know he's going to be pushing, but with one of the more consistent aimers for Tiffin, they really just don't want to take the fight. They're going to elect to go ahead, back out, look for any more picks. They know TU gets aggressive, so if they find the pick, they most likely find a side off of it right now.
Oh, but the lurk's coming through from Blackbird, but is unsuccessful. However, Cade getting his pick onto Titans. And now it looks like
Spike going
just
down.
have sight, yeah.
And that's going to be one pick from A Arrow, so 2v4 going into this. We're still sitting at a 2-2 tie. So this is going to be a pretty important momentum builder for this round right here. But we have seen a really good play. These are some of Mount Union's best performing players, but Mosley he does not want it. He takes out the tour de force, wipes Cade off the map, and that's just going to be Watson, the lone member left, but does get the first pick. Mosley getting a little too aggressive, finds a second and a third, and it's going to be a 1v1! A Arrow sticking it, and he clutches barely with nerves of steel and gets the kill to go ahead and get that third round on the board.
In your very close round, losing most guns on Tiffin's end was being able to secure the round. But then again, going into it, I mean, most of them didn't really have any. They just had base pistols, you know, popping ultimates to see what they could get with their, you know, get any kills there. But going into this here, I mean, they're still able to do a bit of a full buy here, being able to get them guns out.
Yeah, guns are coming out. Can we bring up the board real quick? Let's see. So we do have full buys coming out from both sides. Kay's going to go ahead and use his knives. So we're seeing a full buy from both sides here. This is going to be a pretty important round here, especially. This is going to be breaking someone's bank at this point. But a lot of grouping in mid, especially poised towards the B site here. We do see a good stack coming out from Tiffin. Just kind of playing around the map, just a little bit of a gamble, but not necessarily too much. But actually giving up Nest, this might be an opportunity for Blackbird, and he gets the opening pick. Titans goes down, and there's going to be just a Arrow left on the site right now. Viper Wall will cut it in half, but Mosley catches Blackbird off guard out of nowhere. We do have a 4v4, but site will be conceded by Tiffin going into this.
And again, looks like we're going to have to go into a bit of a retake, but Breno does have his dart here, being able to throw it back sight, but Chief will take Denji down, but Breno gets the trade directly onto him. Now just the spam is coming through the ult, trying to see if they can catch this Viper off guard so that could drop.
Oh no, but Tiffin is not checking their corners. Cade spots him out. Arrow does trade, but that's going to be another one. The Viper's pit is down. Oh, but where is the Sova? They have to find him and find him quick. I don't think they're going to spot him out. Breno might get picked here, but they clean him up, and that is going to be time ticking down. But he does find it, and A Arrow cleans up and gets another round for Tiffin University.
Enough time to defuse, do what he needs to do, getting that beautiful clutch. What a sight to see. Very good retake again coming out of TU there. They're being able to coordinate that. Again, though, it's kind of making me sweat a little bit the way that there's no corner checking, you know? It's almost next to none.
Exactly. I mean, the only reason that they were able to get Cade there is because he got his pick and just traded out. They could spot it out, but yeah, there's definitely just not enough site clearing happening for Tiffin. They go in, and so, I mean, at least they're trading. That's all you can really ask for at this point. But if they can get those initial picks and not even have to worry about trading, then that will put them in a much better position going into this defense and getting that lead.
And again, what I was going to mention earlier for the first, last round here is pretty much whoever lost that pretty much has to go on a save here and have a little bit of a less chance of winning this. But Mount Union looking like they're just electing to go forward in and gets timing down, but the Molly will get him down.
Oh my gosh. That was so lucky from A Arrow. I mean, even though he goes down, he does get a pick. Viper's Pit was just stopping the choke right there. So with that off the map, this is MU's opportunity to go ahead and take the site. They're going to be pushing through. The dart spots one. Denji takes him down. Cade off the map. Watson will collect the weapon. And they're just going to go ahead and try to play it safe here, looking for any picks. But Mosley, you can expect Mosley or Titans, either one going for the pick. Mosley spots him out. Hayes down. Just Watson, the lone last member for Mount Union, might find another pick. He's just going to be chilling though, wants to go ahead and get any sort of aggression.
They know exactly where he is. He's just stuck on bricks and he's trying to scale out, but unfortunate will get taken down by Mosley, getting his second kill of the round.
I think it looked like Watson was just playing a game of GoldenEye, trying to sneak around the map there. Almost got away with it, but just it doesn't quite. Had his lone sheriff to his hand, but gets spotted out in the middle of the site, taken out, and 5 rounds for Tiffin. But that was the save that we're talking about, so just some eco frags, and Mount Union are going to be back into this with one more opportunity and a full buy.
we should do.
Looks like Mosley here getting set up for a nice little cheeky TP angle on top of B site. And it looks like a bit of, I don't know if this is a read or not, but they're anticipating a push here.
Oh, they do get it. That is a huge dart. And they're going to be Titans with the first pick. We're going to see the Sova ult coming out. Doesn't find anyone, but Titans, that's all you need. You just need the disruption, and he's going to come through. But can he swing the wall? Aim is not good, but no problem. He got his picks, and he gets out. Actually going to maybe catch the rotate from Watson. He realizes that there is one in mid, but Titans just needs to sit and wait into his arms if he can find there. But no, Cade actually coming out from elbow.
And Blackbird being able to take Mosley down. It's not looking really too good right now. It's still even matchup 3v3. But Mount Union able to get those picks, getting a better chance for them to be able to execute something here. And about 50 seconds left on the clock. And Bruno hears the footsteps, just anchoring here, trying to get a cheeky angle onto them. It looks like here that Mount Union might try to scale up as the Viper Wall goes up. Bruno's able to spot the gun and gets checked out. And we'll be able to get one. Watson low, but will not be taken down. There's now 30 seconds and left to Tiffin to try to retake this here. But the Viper and Jet Utility. Oh no, I'm lying, sorry. Viper and KO. Now the KO, just 2 flashes here. That's going to be really, really huge to try to...
And looking particularly healthy too. We see Watson with half health, and they're both actually going to be focused up on a tunnel right now. I don't know if they're going to be able to spot it out. 2 members sitting in main, waiting for a peek, and Watson does get spotted out. I don't know if they're going to get the second. Cade actually does find that pick with the op. Here has to come up huge, looking to flick onto him. Does almost find Cade, but that's just going to be Watson with the smart team play. Swings out, saving Cade's life and winning that round.
Great communication, I would have to assume, from Mount Union's end there, because they'd just be able to time their swings and being able to just throw arrows crosshair off and not really expect where, you know, the enemy's coming from. And it's very, very hard to do that, especially when, you know, you're going up against a team, you know, that coordinated, being able to swing at the right times.
Yeah, when you just get into those scenarios where you're just waiting for other teams to swing out, try to trade, you're playing aim labs at that point. You got to just tap, hit heads, and hope for the best. Fortunately, Arrow does not come up with it, but here we look. We actually see a big B-side stack, and they're just going to be running it through. KO ult does come out, and it's actually going to go ahead and stop Mosley from getting off site. He's just going to have to fight, but he finds the pick onto Blackbird, and there it is with the second one coming in. Chief is going to be taken out as well right after the ult goes down. The timing is terrible for Mount Union. Mosley looking for a third.
No, Watson kind of stuck here a little bit on back site, trying to see if he's get something here, and he is tagged.
Yeah, Mosley just playing with his food at this point. They're going to be pushed out and forced. The snake bite does push him out. Titans on the flank, and there's 1 member left. I don't know how much you can do going into 5 dragons and 1 lone jet. Oh, but he gets Titans on the flank, and he's going to book it. But no, the bomb is actually down right now. Spike is currently sitting in B main, and I don't know if Cade has the opportunity to go ahead and pick it up. He might just elect to save this op instead, which is a smart play, but spots the Spike, doesn't know what is waiting around the corner, so he can't clear it yet. 35 seconds left of the round. He might just need to go ahead and run it through B if he really wants to go ahead and try to win this.
He may have actually dropped his op. I don't know exactly. Does it look like you still have it?
Oh, and he just
does not matter though. He will be taken down. Yeah, and I think here, what we're mainly seeing is whoever gets the first pick just immediately goes in their favor. You know, I mean, it doesn't really matter. I mean, it sounds like, yeah, that makes sense. But whoever gets picked here, you know, with Mosley getting his first there on B, kind of just crumbled them on the side of Mount Union. But with a bit of a, you know, risky cheeky peek coming out from Tiffin, and then one of their players falls down, it's just almost over, and it goes in Mount Union's favor.
Yeah, I mean, they got the picks that they needed, but realistically, you'll just have to wait and see what kind of aggression we get from TU at this point. And Titans running it back down does get almost spotted. I don't think that caught him, and so Mount Union, they were waiting for the jet push. Titans, I mean, you love it and you hate it sometimes. He just tries to W key onto the opposition here, but ends up electing to back out a little bit. Just a couple of cheeky picks maybe from Mount Union. I don't know if they can find it right now, though.
A bit of a risky play there, trying to see if he can do something and they get a little aerial kill there, but unsuccessful, and will be taken down just a little bit. But now almost a minute left on the clock, and Mount Union, I think they're trying to get a foothold here and trying to figure out exactly what they want to do. Trying to push up mid and maybe trying to do something A-split.
This could be a big moment for Titans. Oh, but he's going to be... How badly does he want to peek into this? Denji does get an open pick onto Chief. No flashes getting into the site now. I don't know if Titans really wants to commit to this. There is a waiting Cade with an op, and that's going to be a scary peek getting into it, but... Oh, man.
Yeah, mostly here up in tunnel, being able to try to cut him out, and now Cade's trying to have to go through in between like 2 different angles here, but it does not matter. Titan is good for his.
He just nails him with that just stray knife, gets him down to like 50 HP and just cleans it up, and that's going to force 20 seconds left in this round. I don't know how much Mount Union has to work with here. 3v5 getting into the B site take. Can they go ahead and get any additional picks? Spotted out by the dart. Mosley, actually, he just wants to go ahead and take those fights. He does not care whether or not they're going for those picks, but Titans actually gets one traded out with Watson. 2v4, but the aim has been good. Viper's Pit as well. We'll go ahead and stop anything. Hayes gets one with the classic onto A arrow. And oh no, it is falling apart at the seams. Tiffin needs to go ahead and come up huge. 3 members still with full guns. Mosley does stop the Viper's Pit, but do they get the post plant? Yeah, they see Hayes is spotted out.
Yeah, but I was just going to say that ult's going to come out here and then try to go ahead and get it half, which it looks like they're successful doing. Not just playing time here, but it's...
Yeah, time's good, and even if they do have it, that's just defuse. They got the half. Even if the ult comes through, they just trade out who's defusing the spike, and that's just going to be the round. Though we do see the Sova saving the gun, so they have a little bit of something going into it. With the ult expended, I don't know if that was worth in a 1v3, especially coming into these last couple rounds. They need anything that they can utilize to go ahead and start taking these rounds. Like, if they really have to start playing the numbers game, if they feel like this is not like, if they have less than a 30 to 40% chance of winning that round, they need to save what they got at this point.
I think it was a possible chance there, honestly. I really don't think it was like a bad decision, honestly, on Mount Union's end, you know. But, I mean, with that being said, it was a really nice try and able to come up with it. But Titans, again, take an aggressive pick. The dart will be able to find him out. But he's just got to get out.
There's just some inevitables in life. Death, taxes, and Titans running it down. But no, we're going to see Hayes coming in. Oh, actually, 2 big picks coming out from Tiffin. And that's going to be Cade also sitting pretty low. They're all stacked up in mid. They're just sitting there like a bunch of waiting ducks, waddling around, looking for somewhere to go. But then Mount Union, they actually do have the Viper's Wall to cross over to double doors, but then Denji just sitting and waiting. Denji picks up the first. Watson going down the wall is not going to be able to defend them any longer. Cade does get it, but traded out is Denji, and he just gets the win. We're seeing almost another exact replay coming from this last snap. Are we going to get a 9-3 curse once again? I don't know. We just might at this point.
And now again, going in the last round before the swap, I think Mount Union did a little bit of a force there. If I'm not mistaken, can we pull up that scoreboard really quick?
And if we look at the scoreboard, if we get a tab, Mr. Observer, thank you. So we're seeing actually full buys from both sides. Mount Union is going to go ahead, or I don't know if I call it a full buy. You got one person with no armor and one person with a Spectre. That's going to be a scary buy going into this this very last round of the half. But grouping up on the B side, they don't realize that there's only one member over on B site. Do they decide to commit? And there's going to be 2 picks. Breno and Mosley in tandem come up huge.
Again, Mount Union just kind of stuck here in the elbow trying to see what they could come up with. When, again, like I said, those picks come out, and it's just kind of detrimental to them.
Yeah, you just get stopped in your tracks. Once you get those 2 picks down, it's just they don't feel comfortable moving anywhere. This is such a large and open map that if you're trying to go anywhere and you're missing any part of your utility, you just get taken out like that. There's going to be another pick. Gets spotted out. Chief actually does get Mosley. The op shot is not good, and he gets traded out. But Titans, no problem. He's going to be the one member on B, but that's all you need. 1 left to Mount Union for this half, and Titans just going to go ahead and run it down, try to catch him off guard. Gun in hand, but he's going to reload, and Titan gets it with a quick right click. That will be the 9-3 half going the way of Tiffin University.
Switching sides.
I got your back.
And now we go into the second half as stated, and again, only... What is it? 9, 10, 11? I can't even count.
There's
how many?
All Tiffany's 4 rounds. That's all they need. They win this pistol, they win the second, they go to 11. All they need to do is win 2 after that. So this pistol is going to be just an absolute breaking point. If Tiffin doesn't get this, this is Mount Union's chance to get back into it. If they do, Mount Union has to pull something way deep out of their scrapbook to be able to get back into this game.
And again, they got 4 different chances here, Mount Union does, and again, I've said it before, I'll say it again, both these teams are really, really decent going up against one another, and having to see exactly, you know, who would be able to take this first seed, it's very exciting to see. But now going into the first round, I think Tiffin opting to go ahead and do a little bit of an A stack here, trying to push up. Got some pings going out, I think they're trying to go and clear elbow. The drone's going to come out, and after this utility's flying out, Titans will be flying out as well. Get the dink on Watson, bringing him very, very low down to very low HP.
No,
will be
Watson
taken down.
Comes up huge, and that's going to be 1 down. But he gets traded out. 4 members are still alive for Tiffin, and they're going to try to get the spike down. But wall goes away. Hayes and Cade coming together. Breno does trade it out. Hayes down. 2 members, 1 left. Breno needs to pull something out, but no. Blackbird is able to go ahead and close that one out and gets Mount Union back into this game with a decent chunk of momentum going in their favor.
And again, it was a very nice try there, very great execute and fly out, but you know, Mount Union was able to just keep it nice, well knit, and being able to just play tightly, especially, didn't even come to my intentions. One of the players went down. He had a nice flank with Cade just pulling up, and I guess that's another thing that we have to be cautious of as well. It's just worrying for those flankers. I'm trying to be, you know, more wary of that.
Now, this is just a really weird situation. I mean, we have a lot of utility coming from Mount Union, and they're just going to get Cade first pick. Does actually get traded out, though. Judge in the hands of Mosley now, most likely. Denji gets another, and they're just entering right onto 2 members down from Mount Union, trying to get scouted out, but 2 picks down. Denji can come through huge on this wall, and he might just spot it out. He just needs to peek through the smoke looking for it, but they cannot connect. Shots are not coming out, and Chief cleans up Denji with just a bit of health to his name. And we see Watson just rotating over quickly. 2 members left for Tiffin. Does get the spike down, but then with the force of Mount Union, their defenses have just been way too good. Even if they're low on health, we're going to need to see a quick swing, and that actually is going to be Aero cleaning it up. 7 health left. And he's going to get spotted out. Blackbird is good. Mosley needs to come up huge, but no. Blackbird just done and dusted. Cleans that one out. Gets the 5th round to their name.
And again, not a bad attempt from Tiffin. I mean, on top of that as well, you know, Mount Union going in on a bit of their bonus buy being, or their force buy to buy up.
Wait, what? That is awkward.
Smooth.
Ugh. We love physics engines for Valorant. It is just built different, I guess. Well, that is 1 member very awkwardly falling, and 1 less gun for them to have going into this round.
Unlucky. Well, with that even being said, I mean, you know, Tiffin going in here with their full buy, and Mount Union still trying to go for something light here. Still winning that round. I mean,
yeah, that is kind of surprising. I think for Mount Union not investing more into this round, because this is Tiffin's chance to get back into it. They have their full guns going into a bit of a half buy, and actually Cade trying to find something, just dives in with a judge, and it just does not do anything. But then there's going to be, they spot out 2 people, they know exactly where they both are. Blackbird.
Huge play here coming out of Halls. Looks like Titan's going to try to see if he can find something here along with Denji, but unsuccessful. Trades coming in and out, and Denji being able to get his 1, gets his 2nd, now hunting down for the 3rd. Blackbeard here, or Blackbird down with his pistol, will get headshotted through the bridge and is taken down. Denji gets his 3 here to secure a round for Tiffin on attack.
All right, 10 down, 3 to go for the Dragons, but we did see this at the last map. Mount Union's defense has been very on point, and they got 2 rounds on the board already. This is a gun round. It usually falls the way of whoever is going to be having the better buy on that 3rd round. So now that both teams are on the even playing field, this is going to be where they need to go ahead and convert. Does Mount Union get aggressive? Do they take a page out of Tiffin's book, or do they hold strong and not give any information out?
I think right here the play is here to just go ahead and pop that Denji KO ult. Yep, there it is, and then we're going to try to get a bit of a post button here going on with that Viper ult as well. But Titans, not a care in the world going into backside. Will take Watson down on the pillar. Is now scaling up and trying to see if he can find more. I think they know that 1 is half wall. Oh, but Hayes is going around for a flank, and I hope that they're able to find out sooner or later. But Titan's just sitting here on the half wall, taking a cheeky little angle. Will spot Blackbird out, take him down.
Oh, that's
taken down, but Hayes on the trade, yep, on the flank here. There's now a 3v2 as Denji will be able to take down Cade, and now it's just left to Hayes to try to clutch us up for Mount Union.
Yeah, they just realized he's sitting in main, and it's just all about just using the util, holding him back as long as possible. Hayes might just elect to go ahead and save this gun instead. I think that's what he wants to do. They really don't want to be giving up any more rounds like that. Keep anything that you can, give nothing back. And that is going to be Tiffin getting closer and closer to finally closing the series out.
Cut him off here, yep, and Hayes with that gun is still going to go down. Unfortunate for him and the team, but still will be able to have to see what they can do with their eco. Yeah, there's nothing, next to nothing good here.
Oh man,
right now.
That is not looking good for Mountain Union. This is going to be Tiffin most likely going on to series point. They get the 12th, and it's just going to be Mountain Union fighting for their lives, fighting for their first seed lives here. But we have seen crazier. We've seen Tiffin take these, but we have also seen Mountain Union with strong defenses, even with pistols. They're sitting in cheeky spots. They're trading out, and they could go ahead and convert, but this is actually going to be a 5.
Look at this here. Yeah, Mountain Union just taking a aggressive stack on A. Now they're just going to be pushing through and see what they can find. But
oh, no. And this is going to be a bloodbath. Oh, no. And that is going to be Mountain Union just getting erased from the map. 4 members taken out, and they find the 5th. That is 12 on the board for Tiffin. And they just need to close out.
You can almost hear over the microphones. The crowd is rowdy here. We are very, very excited to see. Hopefully Tiffin will be able to, I mean, they just need one more round here and it's just going to be over. Mount Union might be able to pull something here. But again, going into their bye, they're actually going to be able to have something a little more stable. And again, with those ults here, that KO are going to be definitely helpful to retake if they need to.
Yeah, I think that KO is, it's going to have to be a huge value here when they go ahead and utilize it. But I mean, it's just what's going to happen. How are they going to go ahead and push out? Electing to, they get some aggressive peaks here, but they don't want to do anything too crazy. They really want to keep mid control has been an important key for them. But Mosley actually just looking to sneak around. There is a trip on the other side of that wall, so he might just get spotted out here, or just wants to go ahead and catch some rotates, see what he can kind of get out of the book here. But then Titans on the left side. Oh no, this is just a Western standoff. Watson versus Titans. Who's going to peak first?
Like the good, the bad, and the ugly here, but it looks like Tiffin's going to be trying to see what they can do about scaling up B. Only one player on Mount Union's end sitting on B site. The rest of them kind of taking an obligation to mid. It looks like here they're getting ready to fly up. That Molly does come out, but as soon as that drone's heard, it feels like that Mount Union knows kind of exactly what's going to go on here, and they do see the Viper wall come out onto Uzen, so it's definitely going to be an execute. They know now Mount Union going in, but
it's going to be the bait and switch, but they get caught out. Hayes gets Denji, and they realize Tiffin was trying to rotate over, but then they're just going to get caught on the rotate. Another member of Tiffin down, and Breno is going to come up big. He does get 1. 3 members left for Tiffin, 20 seconds left on the board. I don't know how quickly they can get this, but there's going to be a gamble stack towards A. They think it's going to happen. Mosley does force it to a 3-person fight.
him down.
Oh man, I think they do still have enough time though. I don't know if they want to go and commit. Oh, but that's just going to be so awkward. They will pick out Hayes, but oh no, I thought Breno might have had enough time there, but they just W key it down, and Mountain Union is not out of this yet.
Not yet whatsoever, but these guns are definitely down for them, and you know, they were still able to win it. I don't know exactly what their eco's looking like here. No, that I do see them through the walls here. They're able to buy a couple.
Yeah, rifles are coming out as well as they've got the they've got jet knives and tour de force.
I thought it had been a little bit more. Oh no, yeah, they're definitely.
So this is a full buy for Mountain Union going into it. Though. Tiffin, I think Tiffin is just gambling any and every side at this point. These stacks are just getting very awkward, but they're going to go ahead and try to group up on halls here, looking for one pick, and the smoke is not going to block the whole vision, but it still doesn't collect a kill. K does get 1, 2. Hayes does get traded out. Titans is trying to go ahead and fight through, but oh man, that tour de force from Blackbird, the op is just going to go ahead and stop anything. And actually, Kate on the flank does realize the spike's behind them. I don't know if he's going to get it, but Mosley answers back, and Kate is going to go down. We see 3v3 going into this potential last round. Mountain Union needs to hold strong. Grouped up on the A side, Chief spots him out and just taps him down.
Must have saw the gun there, and devastating here to lose that player, especially really good for the flashes and everything, but now Tiffin trying to see what they can do on A, and Mount Union a little bit scattered here, trying to cover all of the sites. But it looks like site is free for Tiffin.
That's gonna be
Blackbird.
what knives are used by Titans here. He's really just trying to get any sort of peeky cheek he can, but not gonna come out. The teleport anchor is gonna take Mosley off of site. Titans still wants to get those opening picks though before they look to trade out and congregate on the site. He's just gonna try to find what he can. Wadden sitting at yellow is gonna be a scary target, but Mosley actually with a huge flank up double doors.
Now Titan's gonna try to see if he can explode over the wall here.
Spot two! He gets one, but he cannot. Blackbird actually gets another on the trade, 2 left, and Titans with the right click does not do it! And Blackbird is able to go ahead and get a 7th round on the board for Mountain Union.
Well, if he played that just a little bit more patiently, I think he would have been able to do it, but then again, you're kind of more concerned about keeping your teammate alive there as well, because you kind of need him there to help you out a bit. But now going into this next round, sides are looking a little bit even for both teams. I mean, Tiffin's got the creds for sure, to be able to, you know, potentially lose another one here if needed, but they might be able to shut it down here.
Yeah, but bring your attention to the top right. There's going to be Watson on that Viper on the B side by himself with the Viper's mid. He got that off the defuse.
Yeah.
He's just going to choke it out, and it's going to force Tiffin either they got to play mid or they got to play A. But you aren't going B at this point.
Looks like he's just waiting in anticipation for something to happen. I think he's looking to possibly save it. But Hay is getting his pick on the Titans. He's now looking for a devastating start for Tiffin. Mosley spots out the op, and now the drone's going to go out to try to take him off of it, but Mosley does not care. Peeks right when the drone comes out. Will take down the op, and now gets his second on Chief, and now it looks a little bit more in favor for Tiffin. Getting the bomb down here, and it looks like Tiffin, all they really need to do is just go ahead and play their post plant. They do have the Sova ult to be able to help him out here. But Cade's sitting there with the op on yellow, trying to see if he can pinch Mosley out. Will TP to escape. That's a full-on retake here.
Yeah, 3 members left. The wall is going to go and cut the side off in half here. This is going to be big for Mountain Union. Oh, but Mosley tries to get aggressive. 20 HP left. Does get spotted out by the dart. And he might just get tapped. Oh, no. And they get run down. Hayes gets a pick. 3v3 left. But a lot of good post-plant positions coming from Tiffin. Might get this bomb half. We're actually looking for it. Breno comes up big. One more, but Hayes that trades back. There's going to be the post-plant ult from Breno. Trying to go ahead and close it out. The bomb is half. Someone can stick it and defend it. But the diffuser gets taken down. And that orb does it. Tiffin University takes it. Oh my god. And that will be Tiffin University securing first seed for the GLEC after a barn burner of a set.
I'm shocked. I'm speechless. This is a beautiful match here today. And again, I said it before, I'll say it again, both teams definitely deserve this. They were definitely working towards it as hard as they could. But then again, I just think Tiffin right now is able to just go and stand on top of it.
Yeah, I mean, they stand on the shoulders of giants at this point. They conquer a ton of great teams, securing that first seed, and that last round right there, I feel like that was such a good representation of how this whole game went. You're down to a 4v3. You got to just make sure you use your util. Who just plays better at that point? And Tiffin University just comes out on top.
A little bit of oversight from Mount Union. It's hindsight's 2020, but they had one of their players who was already half HP stick that spike. If they would have had one of their other players, they already had it half. You know, that other player who was there full HP should have just been able to stick on it. You know, and I think that Mount Union would have been able to won that if that's where it were to happen and being able to secure it. But unfortunately, that is not the case here for this story. And again, Tiffin here at the end of this set will be able to take it home 2-1. Very rough, you know, fought match.
It was scrappy, I think is a good word for it.
Sure.
But they take it, and it's just, I mean, it's just going to be so much momentum going. It's just all momentum based, as you just heard, going into playoffs here. And so Tiffin University coming on top. We're just going to have to see if they can keep it consistently, because these past couple weeks, they've been performing really well, but it's just learning curves right now. And if they're playing at the top, they got to keep learning, keep practicing, and just make sure that they're getting the basics, checking their corners on site, trading efficiently, and just playing as a team going into it.
And this is definitely one of the last matches of the season I think we're going to play. I believe we have one more coming up this next weekend. I believe maybe one more after that, but immediately after that, we're going right into our playoffs here, into the tournament, and being able to play in a LAN environment setting, which is going to be very high pace, very high energy.
Yeah, LAN is different beast. Absolutely. When you have the crowd screaming and there's people cheering for you, but there's also people that want you to lose, and so it's a scary sight to see. But that's gonna do it for Valorant for us. I'm Blaine. This is Benny, and we'll catch you for some League of Legends at 3 p.m.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. First blood. Minions have spawned. Blue team's turret has been destroyed. team's turret has been destroyed. Killing spree. Unstoppable. Red team's inhibitor has been destroyed. Blue team's turret has been destroyed. Red team has slain the dragon. Red team's turret has been destroyed. Red team's turret is respawning soon. Red team's turret has been destroyed. Red team's inhibitor has been destroyed. Been destroyed.
Stands eternal.
Red team double kill. Aced. Red team's turret has been destroyed. A summoner has disconnected. 30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned.